Hey yo, good morning. What's happening? We're here. Finally time to catch the stream. Nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What are we on? Wednesday. Nice. Alright. Well, let us jump into it. First up, we have old paintings that slap. And today, this one's kind of relevant. This is Pandemonium by John Martin. So I believe Pandemonium is like the capital of hell, basically. The city in hell. And yeah, I thought this painting is very apt for what we're currently working on. Yeah, this is Pandemonium. Big lava field with this insane like palace in the background. In hell. Lots of lava. Very dark painting here. I really love the like red lightning as well. I think that's a nice touch. And yeah, I do believe that this is one of the paintings that inspired I can't remember the name of the area in Elden Ring, but there's an area in Elden Ring that is inspired by this painting. And yeah, I thought it was very apt considering what we're painting at the moment, which is this. So this is today's old painting that slaps. Pretty neat. Pretty sick. Alright then. So we're going to do the warm-up first of all. And we're going to do, obviously, Lonely Elevator for one. So, all important. Lonely Elevator for one. And let's get ArtStation open and find us a reference. Let's go character modeling, and let's find ourselves a good reference for this warm-up today. We'll still keep it fairly simple. What's this one? There you go. That's wild. Probably a bit too complicated for today. Let's see. Do they have anything simpler? Yo. Deep Fries, Sir Cats, Sarah, Avatar Cassia, good morning, Castonia, Guten Morgen. How are you all doing? Let's put some different music on. That's kind of annoying me. Damn, you are working hard. Yeah, I got to finish this Magic the Gathering portfolio paintings this week, so I got to finish this current one that we're working on, and then I need to do one more. So I want to try finish this one today, or at least get it really close to finish. And then that means Thursday, Friday, we will do the final one. Yeah. I mean, the efficiency is partly down to process, but I think it is an experience thing also. Yeah, this could be a good base mesh with the pose here. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right, and then I got this going, just a rectangle, and what we'll do is we'll put this in like an angle, and then we'll screenshot that. Boom. We got elevators on tap. Okay. And these, basically, if you just put the cross across, you will get the halfway point. So it can be helpful for like anchoring yourself. And then so, all right, lonely elevator for 1. So remember, we learnt yesterday that actually a little bit of speed can help initially in the block out, not to like over focus on individual shapes so much as just get a decent feel for the whole pose as quickly as possible. And then we can kind of correct. I'm already going slow here, so let's... Okay, so I'll turn this opacity down and we'll have a little look at this. So there's like a twist to the shoulders, like one shoulder is further back than the other. So I'm trying to think about that initially here. And also, like, there's a that is kind of slightly mirrored in the hips as well, with one leg up. We just got to remember lots of forms are getting occluded here. It's good to try and draw these through. Yeah, interesting one for sure. Sorry, got itchy eyes. I feel like this arm needs to come further forward. Something like this. Interesting. Okay, let's do a different view. Should we try from the bottom? Yeah, 1 second. I'll be right back. Ayo. Got some exciting... Oh. That's the fire alarm. Hang on. I might just have to mute the microphone unless you can't hear it for a sec. I think they're testing the fire alarm here. So, can you guys hear that? Okay, there we go. That's better. No more fire alarm. I forgot they do that in the mornings here. Okay, so this one a little bit messy so far. However, I think we're doing all right. Let's lower the opacity and do a little bit of fixing here. Just think about if it ever gets confusing, I'll try and draw the skeleton out again a little bit. So like rib cage, pelvis, and then that kind of anchors me a little bit. And just simplify the shapes again. Don't worry about the actual shapes. Just think of the cylinders and the boxes and just try and orientate those things in space. Yeah, as I showed you with, the drawings on this, is like, you don't have to get everything right first time. You can just keep redrawing it and fixing the problems one by one, and like you will eventually get there. With observation and reference, you will get there. And again, as you saw, like I don't draw things correct first time. Barely ever do that. So it's just a process, You just gotta not be too quick to discount what you're doing. Just stick with it. Just have a bit of resilience, I think this arm can actually come down a bit further. Yeah, just have a bit of resilience and a bit of a mindset where you're like, okay, I'm just, I'm probably going to have to redraw this 5 times to get it correct. So just make incremental gains. You'll find that you draw one bit really good on one attempt, so you can keep that bit. And you do the next bit and the next bit and the next bit. Days worth of exercise is a warm up for my mans. I'd be sloth maxing a little too hard. Hey, we all do that a little bit. I can't exactly sloth max on stream though, can I? But this is why I stream. It holds me accountable. Okay. Not perfect, but it's okay. It's okay. I think, to be honest, this leg needs to come out a bit more. So let's go and do like another redraw. Like if I think about her from the side, this leg feels a bit more like this. Whereas this is like, it's not coming out as far as it should, in my estimation. It's more like that, isn't it? Needs to be in front of her a bit more. We go again. Something more like this. And I still think his arm comes further forward. It's like comes towards us a bit more at this angle. It's like she's almost pointing her fist directly at us at this place. Yeah, it still feels... Fucking hell, something like that. I don't know, it feels wrong. Tough. Is that a Viltrumite? It is. I think it's an Anissa. I think. Okay. We've got about time for one more quick one. Let's do... Should we do like top-down back view, shall we? Why not? Why not? But yeah, I do like this exercise. It makes your brain sweat a little bit. Makes your brain sweat. But you got to keep doing it to get better. So embrace the brain sweat. Well, make some time and do some art then. She feels like she should be a bit more like this. A bit more like that. That's how it... Yeah, her proportions feel a bit off here. feel like she should be sort of... It's just like the scaling I've done wrong here. So yeah, tough perspective for sure. But you know, this is why we're doing this exercise. There's still things we don't know. And gotta confront the demons. Try and identify where the problems are. And address them. There you go. This starts to feel a little bit better. And you just got to be like honest with yourself about what that is. You know, I'm just like, I'm aware there's a lot of things about perspective that are not intuitive to me still. And so I want to keep doing exercises like this to get that into my mind a bit more, so that I can it'll just speed up this part of my process. You know, I think this is like, when it comes to the line work, or at least planning out characters and stuff, this is still, or illustrations, this is still the most time consuming part of it. As you see, like when we get to the render of stuff, it flies by. But that sort of initial planning stage with the line work, or like drawing stuff out enough for me to then move forward into this stage, is probably the slowest part of the process for me. And yeah, I just want to speed that up. And be more comfortable with it. And yeah, drawing in the sketchbook, live drawing, that helps a lot. This exercise is really helpful. It's a nice like mental puzzle, you know. But I do think, to some extent, I should still keep this exercise like even simpler in the beginning. I think I'm getting a bit too like bogged down with even like slight details on here, and that really I should just focus on, you know, box and cylinder shapes, and just try and build things out in a very basic sense again, and not worry about the contours and stuff of what I'm looking at, because I think the problem still lies in the basic building blocks and not in the translation of detail. It's just like understanding the basic orientation of these things, and therefore like the proportion changes when you see stuff from like an extreme view. So I think tomorrow when we do this exercise, we'll go back to doing it a bit more like this in the beginning, where we can just really figure certain things out without the detail. General to specific, you know? I think this is going to be like the more helpful way of going through it. So like I said, the problem isn't really in the details. It's in the construction in the beginning. So yeah. See, even that feels better than any of the previous drawings, right? I'm just forgetting about the details and thinking a bit more about the overall contour of everything. The overall direction that the major forms are moving in. And then we can skin it over. So there you go. Working it out. Working it out. Yeah, see, that's about the best attempt so far, I think. Okay. Start simple. Stupid. There we go. Take my own advice. Alright. So, Lonely Elevator for 1. Done. Pandemonium by John Martin. Old painting that slaps. Now we've got all that shit out of the way. Let's continue with this. So, we made some really good progress yesterday with the lava and all of that. I'm going to obviously paint into that and finish that today. I like a lot of the shapes that we've got and stuff like that. I'm a little concerned with like readability when I zoom out, but that's something that we can fix. It's not ultimately an issue. Like, we know this pose is nice and readable in and of itself, so it's really just about how we deal with the sort of the noisiness of the effect around her. So, like I said, I'm not ultimately worried about that. It's not a position where it's like really needs a ton doing to it to fix it. It's just something to be aware of. The overall motion feels great. There feels like the power in it that I wanted. So I think today I will start by focusing on the character. And so I'll turn these effects off for now. And I'll turn these ones off behind her as well. And just keep it nice and clean behind it. And yeah, we'll focus a bit more on the character today and paint her up. And I think what we will do Yeah, I do kind of like it as well with like the hand in shadow. But should we do that with the layers? Oh yeah, shit, because that's painted over, isn't it? Okay, cool. We'll just flatten her down. Put all of that in a folder. We'll duplicate that group. Turn it off. Merge group. Boom. Okay, now she's flat. We're brave. Color change in the front arm. Yeah, so obviously I wanted her to like where she's like blasting this. It's you know, it's heating up the hand and the armor and everything, so she wears chainmail. I'll bring up the outfit because we're gonna need that as a ref here. Oh, I forgot about fucking YouTube chat. Yo, Animatrix 3157 on YouTube. If you're still there, thank you. I appreciate it. I will keep an eye on YouTube chat. I always forget. I'm bad, man. I'm bad with it. So let's get some reference up. Chandra MTG. So we'll get some ref for the character outfit. Just so that we roughly know what that is. I mean, looking at all the cards, it's sort of, you know, generally the same kind of thing, if you know what I mean. But she's not always wearing the exact same outfit. There's like, people do variations on a theme, you know? That's what it seems like. So just getting a good something that shows me enough. Okay. Okay, so let's get painting. Do you know what I've not done here? Okay, nice. like I said, I'm not like going super detailed in with this render for a few reasons. One, it's not really my kind of style. Not really my kind of style to do that. And also, she's gonna be very small. So I don't need to go into a ton of detail, but I do want to make sure that I'm like somewhat faithful to the outfit. And this is another reason why Lonely Elevator, for one, is a good little exercise, is because when you're translating like ref like this into the painting, that's kind of what you're doing. You know, I'm looking at this ref, it's in a different angle to this. So I just have to like translate those details across. And I think I decided that I didn't want this highlight really down here so much. I'll got to be careful where these bright spots are, because you could just have speculas on like all the shiny surfaces, right? But then she just becomes kind of insane to look at. You've got to play that stuff down a little bit. Just keep it where it's necessary. You know, it just doesn't need to be like as crazily saturated on the leg. It's not necessary, man. You've got attention to worry about, and brain like shiny, you know. So you gotta be careful where you put shiny. It's easy to get carried away with it because it looks nice, doesn't it? It feels nice to paint as well. And I believe, yeah, she does have these like kind of holes in this. And there's the bottom half of this one. Let's have a quick look from a different angle. Does she have like leather wraps on her legs, but like asymmetrical? Yeah, okay. Let's just get rid of 3D coat for now. Sorry, I got too many windows open. Quit. 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 Alright, save. So yeah, looking at the sort of other cards with this character on it, it looks like there's sort of generally a consensus on the outfit, but that like little details change here and there depending on the artist. So it's more like as long as the major beats are there. There's some variation and interpretation, which I like. I like that. I want to get away with like barely painting that far leg. I'm just gonna like leave it in the shadow. Just let all those shadows melt together. Reason being, it's like it's not necessary to have it detailed, but also it preserves the silhouette, which again, readability is king. And if I can preserve the silhouette in places, I will try and do it. I think it can be. It's just a bit more of a bolder statement, you know, and I think that, at least for me, that boldness goes a long way to making something feel like fresh. I'm going to cut the light off here as well. Similar reason. It preserves the silhouette better. And we like that. Gotta go checking out of my hotel. Have a great day. Indeed. Have a great day also. Thanks for tuning in, Sarah. Checking in the hotel, huh? It's fancy. Wait, have I confused myself here? Yes. Boom. Okay. Nice. Nice. It's just yeah, giving the silhouette a little bit more nuance there. So really what I'm doing here is just like cleaning up the sort of marks that I made in the initial layup of the layers, and just adding just, you know, a little sharper edge here, a little softer edge there. It's making sure there's like visual interest in the brush strokes, that they go from like thick to thin. They have nice shape and curve to them. Here you go. Let's clean up some of this. Hey, yo. Panduramart. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a nice day. It's, so like the chainmail, I'm imagining it's just like heating up, right? As this is happening. So was thinking about simplifying that texture of the chainmail down, so we just see like a little bit of what that looks like where the light hits it, and then of course where it's heating up here, it's kind of like we're seeing it like heating through, so it's like it's just all becoming white hot, you know. And it just simplifies it, but what does it do? Preserves the silhouette. It gives just enough information to sort of tell us something about it, but it's not overcooked. So I'm just going to redo like this bit here because it's kind of different brush strokes describing the same thing. So just want to fix that so it's consistent. Actually, don't need that. Don't need that. Come on. I think she has like fingerless gloves on, maybe. Because she's cool like that. No, that just loses it. Okay. Keep that. It just made me feel amazing. sorry, not talking much. I'm just kind of trying to render this quick. Trying to get it done, you know? Nope. Does this look good? Let's have a look. Don't want to break up the silhouette too much, but I think it's okay. Okay. Right. Let's turn this off. Let's hit save. All right. It's a nice bit of progress on the render of this character right here. Like I said, she's not really going to get much more than this. Just like where she is and the size she is. Any other details that was really just going to be for me, not for the readability or anything. Like, she reads well. The silhouette's clear. You know, I might like play with some of the edges a little bit, just like soften some of them up. But overall, I think she's like quite a good and bold statement on the image. So let's duplicate this. Yeah, and like when something's working like that, when something's working well like that, experience has taught me to stop touching it. Yeah, to stop messing with it. It's definitely a sort of a quit while you're ahead sort of mentality there. I usually come to the conclusion that like less is more a lot of the time. And what I like in others' artwork is like looking at something and feeling like it needs like a little bit more, like it's kind of inviting to be like, oh yeah, this just needs like a little bit more something. To me, I quite like that. Like I can look at the simplicity of something and be like, yeah, it's like just slightly undercooked. And I like the boldness of that, you know? And that's the sort of sensibility I like to carry into something like this, where it's like the detail is enough to sort of satisfy what it needs to do, and it doesn't have anything more. There's no like vanity details in there. It's just enough. What's important is the motion, the gesture, you know, the impression overall. Especially if we imagine that it's going to be like this big, you know. So it's just clean and clear. And the simplicity in and of itself is like an aesthetic, you know. Again, it's something I like in art. Right, and just before we get into the effects a bit more then. Yeah, just before we get into these, I'm just going to make a quick cup of tea. So I won't put you on the be right back screen. I'll just leave you on the painting for now. But when I come back, we'll work on the lava. And I'll put this upside down just in case I notice anything during the break. All right, give me 2 minutes, everybody. BRB. All right, boom, we're back. Sorry. All important cup of tea had to be made. You know how it is when you're from England. You gotta have a cup of tea if you're about to lock in. So I'm gonna put on some music to lock into, and then I'm gonna get into some painting. And we're gonna paint some lava. Okay, but we'll turn off all the shinies for now because I'm going to duplicate this just so that I've got a copy. Fat Meat Art, thanks for the follow. That is that's a terrific name. What's going on, Fat Meat Art? Is it splash art or illustration? This is a painting that I'm doing to put in a portfolio to send to Wizards of the Coast or Magic the Gathering. And it's on YouTube chat, by the way. Sorry. And splash art is illustration, by the way. There isn't. Splash art is just a type of illustration. You know, usually an illustration that falls on like a loading screen or a page in which, you know, you arrive to look at information about a character or whatever. But is still an illustration. Tragus Art, what's going on? How you doing? I'm good, and I'm gonna draw or paint alongside you. Awesome. Yeah, I think that's what most people are doing. It's quite nice, eh? It's like we're all working together. Something about having someone else on painting kind of helps you lock into your own painting. It's like you see it happening and you're also doing it. Kind of feels better. That's cool. I learned something new on layers work. Oh, nice. Yeah. So I'm just using this brush with a bit of texture in the stroke to basically kind of clean up what we did with the solid brush yesterday. And, you know, just to add a bit more sort of design into the shapes, make them flow a little bit better. But yeah, just bringing a little bit of texture to them. And this is just going to sort of help finish them up, really. And this is what's really nice about working with the solid brush in the beginning, as we were talking about yesterday. If you tend to work with a really soft brush and just like airbrush everything, you are going to have a really hard time finishing stuff up and keeping it the surface looking nice and not muddy and so on. It's you know, the soft brush gives you the illusion of things looking better because it kind of gives you the illusion of form, but it means you're not making a lot of decisions. And when it comes to cleaning stuff up or like finishing stuff, you can get really in a pickle if you've just soft brushed everything, because there's tons of decisions that you thought were made are all around the piece that aren't. And it can really cover up like drawing problems and other issues until you're like cleaning the image up, and then you realize like, oh, I actually don't know what that looks like or why that form's not working or the orientation of this thing and so on and so forth. Was when you use a solid brush like this, you've made all of those decisions. It just needs like connecting, tidying up, maybe some soft edges, adding here and there, but it really doesn't take that long to clean up a hard brush execution, because you've made all the decisions. You're really just now I'm just focusing on like transitions, brush strokes, the patterning of it. You know, I'm not focusing on like figuring out exactly what it is or the shape or anything like that. So it just becomes really quick. Soft brush is really good in the very beginning because it's a bit like seeing shapes in clouds. It can kind of help you to come up with ideas because you can interpret the softness in different ways. But then I would transition onto a hard brush to sort of start really solidifying ideas. And then that way, when you clean stuff up, you're just gonna have such an easier time, and the whole process is so much quicker as well. Hey, fan meet art, what's going on? You're eating food? Nice. That's great. So before stream, I was looking at a lot of like lava splashing photos and just like other kind of volcano-y photos. So I've got some like shapes in my mind to come in and kind of clean this up with. And I always try and look at the references for stuff like this like before I do the painting, and only if I really need to like look at them during the painting, because what I want to do is recall the shapes, but because I'm recalling them, I'm sort of going to do my interpretation of those shapes instead of copying the reference exactly, because the reference is never going to be exactly what I want, and if I have it in front of me, I'll copy it, because I'm really good at copying stuff. So this way I'm going to just recall shapes, and that way they're going to get my own kind of twist on them, like things that I focus on and remember are going to be what comes out, as opposed to like purely just copying the reference, you know. So unless I really have to look at it, you know, for like an outfit detail, or like it's something really complicated, I'll always try and just recall it from memory rather than have it in front of me. And this really helps building up your like mental library as well, which I think is often something I get asked, like how do you build up like imagination and recall and stuff like that, so that you can just sit down and paint something. And it's doing things like that help. You have to, if you want better recall, you've got to put processes in place that enable you to practice recalling. It's like anything else, you know. If you want to get better at perspective, you got to do studies that, you know, target that specifically. And I think there is a certain amount of imagination that you can train, and that is the sort of visual library side of things. And something, you know, that I do every day in that manner is to look at my references before the painting and then try and recall them during the painting. And over the years, that's just kind of like forced me to sort of memorize things. So, you know, I'm not often looking up references for things like, you know, the light hitting objects from a certain direction and stuff like that, because all of that stuff is in there, is in my visual memory. And that's why I can sort of sit down and, you know, imagine a scene with lighting and stuff like that, because I can recall that information. So you just got to practice the recall, and then that feeds into your visual library, which is your imagination. And the more you do it, the more you'll be able to recall stuff. But you got to practice doing it. That's the thing. Sorry, let's hit save. Have a couple of minutes break. So let's see where it was, where it is. Doing all right on the cleanup. So we'll clean up all the lava. Then I'm gonna like grade it into the piece a bit more. Then we'll take a look at this kind of impact area, and we're going to take a look at this rock, and we'll overall sort of balance the piece out, look at the background and so on. But what's the time? Nice. Yeah, I think we'd be on track for like getting this pretty much almost finished today. Which would be great. And then we've got Thursday, Friday to do one more. And I wanted to do maybe a land card, or like one of those land cards that's kind of like a dual land where it's like a location a bit more than just like a swamp or a forest. But I'll have a think about that. It's really the lock-in sesh today. It's getting warm in here though. Not just because I'm painting lava, but it's gonna be at 34 degrees here in London today, and it's heating up. Hey, you've progressed a lot. This looked great. Thanks. And welcome back. Where were we up to last time you saw it? Oh, you just started color blocking. Oh, right. Okay. So quite a lot then. Quite a lot's happened. Yo, Dan, what's up, dude? Love the hardening of the lava. Yeah, that was kind of something we hit on yesterday on here. Was like wanted to show it like cooling down to give the effect of that kind of real heavy, like sort of visceralness about it. So yeah, having it like cool down. You just imagine these like kind of darker bits of harder lava just sort of falling down as this thing's like kind of coming out like this. Those are all the words I. It's tough out here. It's tough out here. And then there's going to be, which we'll work on as well, but it's like going to be kind of lava-y. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like lava. It's alright. We all draw pictures here, you know, we're not. We ain't about it. Not on a word thing. Yeah, words are tough out here, don't worry. Bit too noisy, that. Whoa. just brightening it a little bit behind her. Do you table and sell prints or anything? No, I've never done that. I've never done that. Hey, cheers, man. Thank you. No, but it is something that I'd be interested in looking at a bit more, for sure. So I've just got some very exciting post arrived. Very cool. Hang on, right? Let me just pause the music and I'll show you. So there is, the League of Legends card game, right? Physical card game, Riftbound, and they have repurposed a lot of artwork from Legends of Runeterra to be in Riftbound, and so I was notified that one of my illustrations is now a physical card for Riftbound for League of Legends. And so I've got some copies of it, some foil copies. Hype? Yeah. So this has just arrived. This is my first Riftbound card has arrived. This one's foil for League of Legends Riftbound. So very exciting. So anyway, I've got loads. So this is the first physical card. There's going to be more. There's going to be more artworks on the way. Nothing that I can show right now, but there's. So I'm going to sort of remake this post on here because, like I said, it was originally a Legends of Runeterra card, and now it is a Riftbound card. So hello, ArtStation. Okay. For some reason it doesn't want to show the full artwork. Don't understand why. On here. It's doing the same for this. Alright, so something up with ArtStation right now. But anyway, that's very exciting news. And it's cool. It's got even has my name on the bottom. You can't see. It's blurry. Fuck you, webcam. There we go. Focus. Alright, fuck off. Anyway, that's exciting. So I've got some copies of this. And I'm not sure why ArtStation isn't loading, but I'm gonna make a new post with that and the card and everything. I saw it for a sec. Okay, nice. For some reason when I click on the illustration here, it only loads this instead of the full illustration. Same here. This one loads. That one doesn't load. This one loads. Anyway, I'm gonna repost it up here as well with Riftbound on there. But physical card art It's been something that I've wanted for a long time. And now we have one. And this is going to be the first of hopefully many. So, yeah, watch this space. I will be doing more Riftbound artwork very soon. Which is cool. Very cool. But yeah, I still want to finish off this stuff for Magic, obviously. And I just did the Lorcana fan art. So hopefully, if they come back to me and they want me to do some artwork and the stuff for Magic works, then we'll have lots of card art coming out. Because yeah, and that should be really fun to work on. Like I said, it's quite quick for me to do this kind of thing, which makes a change from like doing much larger, longer pieces of work. Gives me a lot more like variety and stuff. So yeah, let's see one more time. Does this load? It loads. There we go. This is the full artwork, which obviously has been condensed to like literally just that guy's face. But originally it was made for Legends of Runeterra. So yeah. So yeah, they're League of Legends pirate minions. But I have all the thumbnails that I did for this and everything, so I'm gonna later on I will like make a new post on here with the Riftbound card and like repost this artwork, but I will have all the thumbnails and everything on there as well that I did for that. But I did this, when was this? Yeah, 6 odd years ago, so it's been a while. And I only found out the other day that it was actually a card. So yeah, anyway, more to come. More to come. So let's get back to this. Congrats, dude. Thanks, Dan. Really impressive portfolio. Thank you. Quick. Yeah, I mean, yeah, quick. Not just because of the size of it, really. I just, this stuff is just quite quick to do. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it only takes me a few days to do something like this. Also, for example, let's see. Yeah, like this was about maybe 12 hours altogether. And this one is similar amount of time. Love the dragon. Yeah, could you see this? Could you see this it being an MTG? Migrated from Adobe, and I felt real thrown off from my routine tools. Oh yeah, I can imagine. So yeah, there's this, and then this will be the next one to join this in the portfolio. So yeah, print it, sell it, get rich, draw more. Yeah, do you table at events? Is it something that you do? It's like it's not something I've ever done, so I don't really know much about it, how it all works. No, I looked into it and I felt it wasn't realistic for my work, but now I'm helping to launch a market space that hosts local makers, and I'm keen to get some of my patent stuff printed on textiles to sell. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think I think it might be interesting to do something like that, seeing as like Comic Con is in London all the time. Things like that. I just part of me is like I can't be bothered to like travel to events all over the place, and I also like don't want to like print off a load of stuff and just have like a ton of inventory that I need to try and shift. That would kind of like stress me out a little bit. But again, I'm not adverse to the idea. I just don't really know enough about it to understand how it would work. Because I guess I'd have to get a load of stuff printed off, like prints, you know, playmats or whatever. How? How does that even work? Fucking thing. Most of my work is digital game assets sold within games, so I haven't expanded to physical stuff much yet. Got a retail job last year to learn inventory management and boost sales confidence, and I think it worked. Could definitely see you doing well through events. A lot of collectors like to meet the artists behind the work. Yeah, for sure. I just don't have any Magic the Gathering work. I haven't done any cards, so I got to do step one first. Oh, art collects fantasy in general. Okay, fair enough. I've done it a couple of times at Artist Alley at MCM London. I'm currently doing small business freelance gigs. It's a really great way to connect with people and make some money. I guess an important thing would be to research which event your potential audience would go to. Yeah, for sure. I think it, wonder if Dragon Shield's still going? The people that make the deck boxes and sleeves. Maybe they want a dragon. I wanted this bit like overlapping behind her because it then feels a bit more like this sort of dome of lava, but I just got to be careful about the value of it, that it doesn't like interrupt her silhouette too much. But I think it's okay. Yo. Okay, let's just change the music. Might be time for another cup of tea. Mightn't it? Might be time for another cup of tea. I just want to look at these two illustrations next to each other as well. Kind of maybe it goes the other way around. Okay. Right, I'm just going to make a quick cup of tea and we'll come back. And we'll do the last like finishing touches on this image. And yeah, we'll go from there. It's not too far off. We made really good progress on the lava and stuff today. So let me make a quick cup of tea and then I'll be right back. All right. Hold tight. All right, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around. You know, it's very important that the Englishman has a cup of tea every half an hour. That's awesome. Is it finished render? It's not quite finished. No, it is. We're gonna noodle on it for a bit more. But it's not far. Honestly, it's not far off where I'd want to take it. So, yeah, like I said, we made good progress today. Yeah, good progress today. So we should have three cards. Any biscuits with the tea? No, man. As someone who is knocking on the door of being 40 years old, you can't have biscuits, mate. I have to think about biscuits and I put weight on. So no biscuits. I don't have the metabolism of a 20-year-old anymore, you know. Don't know if you're into that sort of stuff, but there's a Yorkshire tea called Biscuit Brew that smells like biscuits. I kind of love it. Do you know, I really only just like sort of like English breakfast tea, bit of milk, no sugar, just plain Jane tea. I'm not into like flavored teas, herbal teas, any shit like that. Just standard stuff. But I actually got a decaf coffee right now. I fancied the taste of coffee. How proper. Yes, indeed. No, I was brought up on tea. As soon as I was old enough to make tea, I was taught how to use the kettle, you know? Taught how to make cups of tea and gin and tonics. I need the powers of coffee this morning. Yeah, you got to, man. I love the morning coffee. It's sublime. Now you're fully on board. Oh, fuck. Nambari. I don't know what Nambari is. McVitie's are biscuits, right? But I don't know what Nambari is. Strong black Irish tea. Yeah, okay. The more you know. This is someone's come up to Chandra and they're just like, "Have you got a lighter?" And she's like, When did I start using Photoshop? I started using it originally at university when I was in my 20s, like 20. So yeah, maybe even 19. So like 20 years ago. But I wasn't using it for digital painting until many years later, really. I did a tiny bit of digital painting at uni. In fact, I'm going to show you something. This is funny. I made a speed painting video back when I was in uni. When I like first learnt to use Photoshop. Let me find it. Set to some drum and bass as well. I was painting my World of Warcraft character. Hang on. And I think last time I checked it had like 80,000 views or something. This is going to be quite a blast from the past. But we will be able to see. Here we go. Oh my god, 18 years ago. I'll play the full video for you with music. So this was this was me. So we'll see how far we've come in 18 years, shall we? In like 140p as well. I remember doing this and just being like, I don't really know what to do. Yeah, look at that close up. What was I telling you? Soft brush. It's all soft brush. And just going over things over and over and over again. So many brushes. Yeah, everyone has a long soft brush everything phase. I think you hide in the vagueness of it all. Soft brush is kind of just easier to handle. You don't have to confront everything. You can just kind of hide. Yeah, look at this. Amazing. I'm so glad I did this back then. So, yeah, there you go. Pretty stupid. What's that on? 87,000 views. That's so mental. That's so funny. Yeah, there you go. We've improved a little bit since then. You getting some ad revenue for that? No, because the song's copyrighted, isn't it? I do remember getting an email about it years ago, just being like, you can't monetize this video and all that. I'd forgotten. I'd done that video, so no harm, no foul. It doesn't get any more views now, though. Like all of those views happened when it was first done. Nah, I don't record any. Well, obviously the stream is there. I could take the stream and just speed that up. But again, I don't know why I would do that. Trash and Can, thanks for the follow. Salutations. Yeah, what's up? I don't flip my canvas enough. Yeah. Do you know, I do it all the time because you can flip the view instead of the canvas, which means it doesn't have to load. So what I'm doing here is just flipping the view. It's not flipping the canvas. You can see the navigator stays the same. So I'm flipping the view instead. So I can just look at it the other way around. What? Yeah, if you go to view, flip horizontal here, if you set that to a hotkey, then you can just flip the view like this, which is instant because it's not flipping the entire canvas. It also means that if you have brushes, some brushes like this one, for example, I'll show you. This brush looks like this way around, okay? But if I flip the canvas and do it, it does a different stroke. You might not be able to see that, definitely, but so yeah, I have flip canvas when I really need to flip the canvas to make that brush work, but otherwise I just flip the view and then it's instant. Yeah, exactly. So I'm just, it's like you're looking at it sort of backwards in the mirror. But everything else is still the right way around. And for most brushes, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just if you've got any brushes with sort of like tilt or a certain shape to them, they're going to be all fucked up when you flip the view. But yeah, it's very handy because when this gets heavy, you know, when the file gets lots of layers and you flip the canvas, you know, sometimes it can take a minute or so to flip. You don't, and then that's why you end up not flipping because you're like, oh man, no, it's just going to chug. Or sometimes it even crashes Photoshop if the file's big enough. So flip the view and then you can just do it whenever you want. So that's sometimes why you'll see me flip like this, but I don't actually paint, and then I flip back to paint because I'm using a brush that requires me to be a certain orientation, and then so I just flip back to paint. But you should flip off often so you don't get any nasty surprises. Oh, I like to wait until the very end and realize everything is right. Yeah. No, I mean, not everything requires you to need to flip, but painting faces, oh my god. You gotta have that flip on speed dial. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep this ring. It's something that I sort of had in mind to do from the very like earliest sketch of this, was to like have that sort of almost like fighter jet engine style, you know, afterburner ring. Right. But I don't know if it just adds too much complexity to something that doesn't necessarily need it, or if it really is, everything is too much flipping. I mean, maybe for an audience, yeah, but for myself, no. Also, it's just a nice habit. It's just like boom, boom. It's just nice to do. Feels good. It's like it's like slide cancelling in Call of Duty. All right, hot shots. Do we like the afterburner ring or no? No ring? Ring. No ring? Ring. No ring? Ring. What's everyone's thoughts on ring or no ring? I need to know. Yeah, you like the ring? You can see it adding unnecessary. I'm just like sizing it up next to a card, just to see on my screen like how big it would be. Yeah, okay. I think it's probably no ring, considering how big it'd be. Yeah, I just think that any of that like rippling and stuff would just be too small. I'd only be doing it for myself. Do I do photography? No, I don't. Okay, so what I'm going to do. Put that there. Save this. Okay, so yeah, we're going to think about what the next card's going to be. I want to do a land card. I want to do something that could be like a Could be like a, like the dual lands sometimes would have, a building, or it would be a place. They had like gates in one set, and then there's ones that are like special places, like sacred shrines, all that kind of stuff. I want to do like a land that has a kind of a more of a purpose to it, like that, instead of just a standard like forest or swamp, but to do one that has, maybe some kind of architecture or something in it. Yeah, I'm thinking like a sunken crypt, or like something along those lines. Do you know what I mean? I need to have a bit of a think about it. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. Like so something like this, where it's like, it's a land card. It shows an area, but it's not just your standard land. It's, has something about it. Something like this. For the last one. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, look at that. Haunted Ridge. Cool. Cinder Barrens. Bloodfell Caves. Yeah, very nice. Scavenger's Reign. Oh, the animation series. No, I haven't. I've seen like bits of it, but I haven't sat down to watch all the way through. Spell card looks so awesome. Thanks, Sarah. It's a beautiful animated sci-fi series that does a great job with bio-eco storytelling. Highly recommend for world. But yeah, I've seen some really cool scenes from it. I do really want to watch it. Scorched Geyser. So yeah. Saying this, I do have like quite a few things in my portfolio that I would be sending along with these already. These kind of, for all intents and purposes, are show that I could do a land card. Do you know what I mean? So maybe I don't need to do a land, and I could do something else, because I already have some examples of land. Do you know what I mean? Like this could be a land card quite easily. This. So do I specifically need to do one right now? Like, what am I missing? Like, I've got all the items as well, but some of these would need a lot of work to turn into an item card. Like, this one is alright already. Like, that could work quite nicely. Like, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Yeah, like basically whatever I decide. Looks like Damascus steel. Yeah, that was the intention. Whatever we do, I've got 2 days to do it. 2 days to execute. Hmm. Not sure. Not sure. What should we do? Maybe I'd do a Planeswalker card. So it's just like more character based, because obviously this is a spell, so it's not really about her so much as the spell. Creature card, and do a Planeswalker. Let's have a little look. MTG Planeswalkers. Because then this becomes a bit more of a character focused, character portrait kind of thing. Well, it kind of cooked. Sup, Danny? What are you talking about, mate? What are you talking about? Yeah. Man, I love Wesley Burt. Wesley Burt's artwork is just so good. Yo, that's sick. Chase Stone, of course it's Chase Stone. But yeah, I could do a Planeswalker. You see, like all of these Planeswalker cards. It's basically like a character portrait, essentially. Just woke up and walked the dog, brewing some coffee and getting the day started. Sounds perfect. All right. Does anyone have a favorite Planeswalker? This guy looks cool. Bit of a hunk, isn't he? Oko's a bit of a hunk. Yo, is she actually... I thought that she was in D&D, not Magic. Am I wrong? Because Spider Queen's a bit of me. It's the collab set. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, this is like kind of uninteresting, guys, but I'm just deciding what I should do for the last image for the next couple of days. Nahiri. Hey, yo. Oh god, look at her. She's crazy. Zombie sword arms. What's going on? Yep. Problem is, the colouring is very similar. I think it should probably... let's see. Green. Black and white. Because we've got a very strong red card color theme. We've got a strong like blue card color theme going on. It'd be good to maybe do one of the other colors. I think Dove and Barn is neat too, kind of Doctor Strange-esque. Vraska. That's basically Medusa, isn't it? I do like this illustration a lot. Glowing eyes. Could have me there. Oh yeah, this guy's pretty cool. Yeah, Vraska. Liliana, she's kind of cool. I like the purple. That could be kind of cool. Cool. Nice mask. Yeah, Liliana could be a shout. Let's have a look. Well, let's just do some sketching. Let's see. We'll see. Maybe something will... Maybe something will come up. Echidna1, thank you for the follow. You like this song? Yo, it's Bonobo, isn't it? It is. Hang on, is there a track listing on there? No, the comments are turned off. How annoying. I'll link it to you. It's this Bonobo playlist, and that song that we're listening to probably starts at around like 57 mins, something like that. I'll put it back. We'll listen to it again. Yeah, okay. It starts at 55:49. Recorker, thank you for the follow. Alright, what kind of dress does she have? Just like a long flowy little Liana. She's my goth baddie. Okay, so she just has like a long purple dress off the shoulder. It's the headdress that is the kind of defining thing. She has arm wraps arm wraps and that kind of curly headdress thing. Okay. Everyone asks where's the god baddie, but no one asks how is the god baddie. Yeah, this could be cool. This could be cool. Only thing is, I've set myself up here for some heartache by having like this head angle, but we've managed it. We've managed it. Do we have the blade skills to pull this off in 2 days? What we'll do is we'll make the skeletons like these ones in the back here just all be silhouetted. And these ones will have like a lot of drapery on them, right? Love the vibe of this one. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks. Let's get some values on here. Let's see. This is how I figure these things out. I said we'll make most of these skeletons like kind of silhouetted, so we're not having to draw a ton of detail. But we'll give the impression of lots of them, and we'll kind of hide a lot of them in the mist, as it were. I mean, the lonely elevator is no longer lonely, exactly. But you can see why that study is so helpful. I think I might do some lonely elevator for one studies, because I've been struggling with hitbox placements recently, and I think it would help getting the perspective right from the beginning. Absolutely, it will. Yeah, it really will. The hips is the difficult one, because like the pelvis in its sort of natural position standing is tilted forwards. Lonely elevator for several. Is naturally tilted forwards, and so yeah, it can be a little bit strange. The placement of the iliac crest is what gets me. I know it's fairly high up, but I always put it too low, so it ends up wonky. Yeah, I know what you mean. change the music. Okay. What do you think about? What are you thinking about in terms of composition when doing pieces like this, so it doesn't become too overwhelming? Well, yeah, I guess in this case, I was just starting with a cool pose. I wanted to find a pose that I just like. And so I wasn't thinking about anything else that was around her. Like I'd literally started with just drawing her pose, right? And at that point, when I like the pose and I like the angle, that's when I started to think, okay, what goes around her? What's happening? And when I was looking at those references there, I saw that she had like, she's got some like necromancery vibes, right? With skeletons and that around her. So I was just then thinking, okay, I could have her walking forward in this sort of like leader of the dead kind of thing, where she's just got like a really, really cool pose, lots of attitude, looks powerful. And then I just have all of these things around her. And what I'm then thinking about with these is just where they are in space. So I know that I want some in front of her, you know, because that places her in space. Like, these guys are in front. She is in her own little elevator, for one, right here. And then I'm thinking about building other things around her that help to place her. So this guy sort of coming out and around from behind her, for example. This guy that's like in front of her down here. And I'm also thinking about how compositionally can I start to lead the eye into her with the placement of these guys. So that's why I drew the rough perspective on here, because I'm essentially going to use that as a guide to place things so that, for example, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, the way that they're looking and the way they're being placed is basically mimicking the perspective, and it's drawing us into her. Same with the cloud shapes, fanning that out. I'm basically putting the perspective grid into the image to help tell the story of the orientation and placement of things in the image. You know, she's a sort of central point. Okay, she's very strong diagonal up in here. And all of these shapes are going to be like this. And essentially they're all going to fan out from her. And we've got stuff in front of her. We've got stuff at the same level as her. Ooh. And we got stuff behind her. So it's really just about building up space. And building up the space so that the viewer understands where everything is placed in the scene. and separating all of that out with value like currently, but I wouldn't put like too much light on these guys, but just enough to like pick them out a little bit. Yeah, so you know you have that perspective grid in mind when you're drawing stuff out. And it's not to say you shouldn't place things like bang on the grid, that they have to line up to it or anything like that. But if you can leverage the direction that that grid is going in to help build parts of the illustration around, you're going to set up a structure with all of the physical objects in the image that is going to help is going to help build that space in the viewer's mind, you know, and that's the important thing. Okay, let me save this. So what do we reckon? Should we go? Should we do this one? Liliana. Sorry, I'm just saving that so that we don't lose it. And that one be number 3. And this one will be like quite greys and purples. I like it. Yeah, I mean, it's not particularly original, but I don't really care. Okay, let's get some reference for her. So like on every card, she basically has like a variation on a theme with the outfit. Like the headdress is always the same, right? And it has the off the shoulders, but in terms of like the detailing on that, it's kind of like a sort of a gothic-y dress. But like here it's, well, I guess it is all the same. It's just like drawn. This one's different there. It's very different there. Is that real? So it's like arm wraps, off the shoulder dress, the headdress, the neck thing, and then just like buckles and shit. Loads of buckles and stuff. Oh, damn. We got another raid. Crazy. Yo, thank you very much. Erigbuai, if I said that right. Thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. You've caught us at the beginning of a sketching phase. We finished this one, and then we pretty much almost finished with this one today. And now we are starting this one. So we've been very busy this week on stream. So that's what we're up to. But thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. And cheers for bringing a whole 61 people over. That's very exciting. Yeah, welcome. If people don't know who I am, my name is Alex Heath. I'm an illustrator. I work in video games. I've been working in games for many years now, on all sorts of IPs. My art station is linked below, which will take you here. You can see a lot of the illustrations and stuff that I've done for my portfolio, and some client work is on there as well. But anyway, that's me. Welcome. And yeah, like I said, we are in the middle of designing our next image to go in this Magic the Gathering portfolio that I'm putting together. So we got a creature card here, got a spell card here. I'm about to do a kind of planeswalker card, and yeah, we're just starting to plan this one out, and which we will then spend the next couple of days painting, hopefully finishing. There we go. Welcome. Hope you had a great stream. She kind of reminds me of Morgana from LoL. Yeah, she's got a very Morgana feel about her. She also reminds me of like the sort of goth dark mage from Final Fantasy X. It's very tropey, you know. It's like I said, it's not particularly original. Gonna lurk while I've got a meeting. Alright. Do that. Lulu. Yeah, there we go. Sarah, that's it. Lulu. Man, Final Fantasy X was a good game, wasn't it? Loved Final Fantasy X. Okay, let's get one where she's kind of got a clear. I kind of like the face veil, but just because I'm thinking about not painting the face. Oh shit! Look at that. It's not too dissimilar from what we're doing. Whatever. I'm just trying to find an image with like a clearer idea of the outfit. And these figures are pretty decent for that. Why is this blurry? It's so annoying. Okay, so the bottom's just like a flowy dress and she's got long boots. It's the top that we're interested in. Yo, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. And again, Dusty Moth Wings. Thank you. Okay, that's fairly clear. We'll take that. Yeah, I'm really tempted to just put the face veil on her, seeing as we've only got a couple of days to do this. But we'll go hard mode, I guess. Getting a bit ahead of myself here. Hi there, just came across your stream and had a look around your folio. Your art is sick. Thank you. Much appreciated. And thanks for having a look. This is kind of funny, the stride. Man, how many laces on these boots? They're killing me. That's going to be so annoying to paint. Hey, sorry, I haven't contacted you yet. I've been super busy. I'll be sending the info through. Okay. Sure, mate. Liliana. And then if we did the veil, it'd be like that and it'd be sick. Okay. Who am I kidding? She's gonna have glowing eyes, isn't she? Who am I kidding? No other option. The shoulder shawl in front of the moonlight is going to be pretty. Yeah, you can. We're going to have like nice light coming through here. Saturate it up real good. You've seen the vision. You've seen the vision. There's no point in fighting the glow. Yeah, exactly. We can't fight it. We must. Where's the music gone? We cannot fight the glow. so. Trying to do left one studies on the train, huh? That's hard mode. Yeah, it does help to just orientate things. You only need like a couple of landmarks to sort of do it. Do you know what I mean? He's kind of not looking the way that I wanted him to, but maybe I can use him. Gonna have to bust out the skull to put on my desk while I paint these. Hey yo, Dan, this track goes out to you, mate. He's like, eh. Like I had to ditch your grandma. And I will keep most of these skeletons like really silhouetted. They're just going to be stacked on each other for depth, but there's not going to be like an awful lot to them. We'll just have a few bits of detail and glowing eyes and stuff, but they're mostly just going to be like sort of coming out of the dust. Do this on a separate layer actually. Okay, so we use this to make a bit more like detailed flats. Let's take this line work back over here. So I did that like neater line work just in the other file, but then I'm bringing it back over. Oh shit, what layer are we on here? Bringing it back over here, and I'm gonna use it to kind of make more detailed flats from what we already have here. What is going on? Alcy, thank you for the follow. So yeah, as I was saying, we're going to use this line work to make these shapes better, more detailed, more correct, and we'll just see how much we can get away with just using these shapes, not having to like go into a ton of detail with these guys. So yeah, we'll basically just make silhouettes for everything in the painting. Because silhouettes we can add lighting to, and then once we can add lighting to it, we can see how much detail we need. And like if there's anything that's looking particularly complicated that we don't want to deal with in the time limit, we can just find a way to cover it up. Which is ultimately a much quicker way of working. Lieutenant Danny. She's back. She's back. Welcome back. Yo, Lieutenant Danny, this one's for you. Bones. Had to have one of those black hat conversations for work, so I need some good vibes. Oh, damn. I don't entirely know what you mean, but I'm guessing it's bad. Oh yeah, okay, I get you. Yeah, to had to nut up for a sec. We'll let the dulcet tones of Bones reinvigorate you. Do you have to ever have those kind of discussions if someone isn't meeting deadlines or getting art done? And you know, luckily, I've only ever had to do that a couple of times. It's never pleasant. But I feel like it's always been like a positive turning point, though, for the person. I think sometimes for people it can be quite cathartic to kind of realize like, oh, okay, I've been noticed, even if it's for a bad reason. I think some people continue doing something or like not meeting deadlines and stuff and stuff like that. It's kind of like they think they're going unnoticed, and in a way being noticed and like pulled up on it sort of can help people in a way. Like that, just sort of having it pointed out to them kind of makes them think like, oh, actually, like I do count in a way. and I'm not like in a vacuum. I don't know. It's just whenever I've had to do it, it's always had like a positive impact in the end. Yeah, I hate doing it, so I try to ask like, what more do you need from me to help support you versus you suck, bro? Yeah, exactly. Definitely that. Definitely that approach. Man, this guy's so upset. Just wants us to love. But yeah, it's never nice having to have that kind of conversation. This guy at the back is having his little moment. This guy back here having his own little main character moment. Oh man. I've been thinking about switching jobs. Nice. Good luck with it. Good luck. I will make proper flats for her. I'm just want to see what her shape looks like in general. So I'm just going to draw them in, but I will pen tool these out. I'll just update the shape to be something closer to the line work for a sec. Yeah, but hopefully you can see what I'm kind of doing in this. Taking this from a sort of a rough sketch into something neater. I basically give myself a bit more line work as a kind of a structure to sort of see everything. But I mainly want to just get everything into its own silhouette, its own shape. Because we can cook with gas once we have shapes. Because then we can just paint on the inside of them. We can put things in color. We can even move shapes around. It just opens up like the painting to take off once I'm able to put things into shape. And you can almost like completely leave the line work behind as well. Once everything's in shape, you can just get straight into coloring basically. And that's how we can be rapid. Because if I turn the line work off, now that we've got like more sophisticated shapes, it really starts to take form, you know? See what I mean? See what I mean? Yeah, don't get too caught up in it. You know, some of these skeletons and stuff, I'll move them around and you know, play with the gesture of them a bit more and all that kind of stuff as I go. It's kind of just need enough info to start. But I will make proper flats for her because that's something that's going to get like, will get pretty gnarly pretty quick otherwise. Get pretty gnarly, dude. The fuck? I'm trying to get better at building up the shapes first like this. I get too excited and want to go straight into rendering. Yeah. Don't try and be strict with yourself. It takes much longer to fix all the mistakes you make by jumping straight into rendering than it does to just be a bit careful with shapes in the beginning. Just save yourself an absolute world of hurt. Mohammed John, thank you for the follow. Every kind of pleasure, you see. That's pretty great. Dreaming Witcher is not a control. Exactly where you are today. I read that reading out on my nan's funeral. Baz, what's up? Cheers for the follow, bruh. Bruh. I love Alan Watts. This song was my jam in college. Yeah, Alan Watts is really good. I like I said, I kind of modified one of his speeches and read it out at my nan's funeral. But I think it's really good. It explains things in a way that really makes sense in my eyes. Sounds like we've got a lot of the same music taste, Danny. You use Spotify? I can make a blend playlist. I don't have Spotify, no. I just use YouTube because I always have loads of videos on, when I work. Yo, Dmitry Maximov Galara, thank you for the follow. Because I generally have like videos on while I work, so YouTube just made more sense to pay for than Spotify. If you know what I mean. Again, so I'm just roughing out shapes again just to see everything. Just to see like what do I need more line work for, more structure for as I go forward. Yeah, so these fellas are missed out big time. So I don't have to paint them. Where? and that way she can retain the top spot in the detail hierarchy. And I'll kind of vignette the image a little bit like this. Duplicate. Come on, man. Where is it? Fucking... Just dyslexia flaring up. Okay, let's get rid of that. Get rid of start simple stupid. We got to remember that. Lonely elevator for one. Katie Tiger, thank you for the follow. Okay. I'm just going to make a hot drink real quick. What time is it? It is 3 p.m. That's crazy. Yep, that's crazy. How much more painting we're actually going to do? I don't know. Let me make a hot drink, and I'll come back and I'll decide if I'm going to do more painting today or if we're going to continue tomorrow. Again, this is kind of... I didn't intend for us to like get so far with a new card already. I thought we would just finish off this one today, and then that would be that. But something about being on stream. Anyway, let me make a hot drink, and then I'll be right back. And we'll maybe continue. Yo. Yo. Yeah, you know this one, Lieutenant Danny. Yeah, it actually flows really nicely into the other two in this layout. Yeah, they kind of all flow into each other in a way. If you swap these two around. If you swap these two around. Like this kind of flows into that. Okay, so what do we need to continue? I probably need to do like another drawing of her. Marv. One Marv 11, thanks for the follow. So I need to do like another drawing of Liliana here because we need to figure out her outfit for the flats. So she needs like a little bit of going over. It's really just like, yeah, she just needs to get a bit of going over so that when I make the flats for her outfit, we have something to latch onto. So she could do with another drawing. I think the skeletons and stuff, we've got enough to run with at the moment. Yeah, we've got enough to run with those for now. Background is no problem. That's just going to be like moon and clouds and whatnot. So yeah, it's the only thing stopping us at this point is like the drawing for Liliana. So I could do that, and then I'll call it a day for today. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident that we can finish this third one in the next couple of days. And then that's the Magic the Gathering portfolio additions. When I kind of put this package together, I'm going to include some other stuff from my portfolio that already exists, you know. But what's good is that we have some like specific new stuff. I also got to work out where I'm sending this to because I don't know where I'm sending it right now. I need to get in touch with some Magic the Gathering art directors. Oh, pardon me. Or just spam Instagram and stuff. I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. At least with the Lorcana stuff, there's like an actual place that you can apply to. Maybe there is for wizards now. I'm not sure. All right, give me a sec. Ugh. Okay. All right, let's lock in for one bit more. I got like brain fatigue. But we must soldier on. I might do a second version with the veil. Oh, I understand now the process. Well, good. Glad I could be of help. Jackie boy. Yo, Wassim, what's up? How you doing? What's good, dude? Doing good. What about me? Yeah, I'm decent, homie. I'm decent. Right, don't worry about all those laces, because no cap. Yeah. Okay. This should be decent enough to work from. To like put flats to anyway. Nothing crazy, but I actually got freaking arm gloves, gloves, long gloves, sleeves. We really do have the same music taste. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's like wave, funk, bones, night level. Suicide Boys, yep. Yep. Hey, do you like Slug Christ? Then we'd really be on the same level. If you knew about Slug Christ, then never heard of him. Goddamn. Well, you might like it. It's pretty weird. It's kind of hard to determine genre-wise, but it has all sorts. Slugcrest is very, very strange, experimental. Kind of falls a bit into rap, but also it's not to call it rap is like a bit disingenuous, you know. Shall educate myself. Yes. Like I said, it's very varied. You might be like, what the hell? Yeah. Yep. I like Sleep Token a lot. In fact, let's put a bit on. The drummer for this band is insane as well. Yeah, I'm sure it's a good show. Okay, I wanted to do the version with the veil too. Saw them in Amsterdam, crazy fun. Oh, nice. I'm into it. Caught up in her design and how it connects to mine. Yeah. There's some songs that really go like a bit of a miss for me, but yeah, they do have some really good tracks. I like the heavier stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna play a bit of Slug Christ. Yeah, this is an EP that he made with another artist called Lord Narth, and that's who's singing right now. There it is, Danny. That EP is what we're listening to now. Yo, Susie, what's up? And the last song on this EP is really good as well. Let's find that. feel? I'm fine. Drawing next to it. Nice. I know how you feel. I'll check out curtains. Oh damn. My my headphones battery's about to die. I just got that notification in my ear. But anyway, this is with the line work, right? So we do it really rough just to get the placement of everything. Then I went over it again just to get like a little bit more of a feel for it, and to then use that to correct our flat shapes a bit. And then we take it forward to get a bit more detail for the main character's outfit. And then we've got the second version with the veil, which I'll paint both versions. So we're in a good spot here. So tomorrow what we'll do is we'll do the flats for the main character, just so that they're all pen tooled out and neat. You know, with the outfit and the hair and everything. And then once we've got the flats, then it's going to be put all of this into color and start rendering. So tomorrow we'll be doing a lot of rendering on this bad boy, which is cool. And yeah, we should get a good way through this tomorrow, and then with the aim of trying to finish it on Friday. And then we'll have, and maybe on Friday as well, we'll take a little bit of time just to do some like final touch-ups on the other ones, just if there's anything that's like not that neat, or you know, and just spot. I know that I wanted to look at this bit of cloud again here on this one. There's a few things that I spotted on here, just like some edges that are a bit kind of, yeah, just still a bit sort of digital looking, you know, just a bit sharp and that. But then, yeah, that'll be it with the magic folio. So let's save all these. So yeah, I'll say thanks, everyone, for tuning in again. It's been a sick stream. We've done loads. I'm really happy with the progress, and yeah, felt like we had a good time. Nice hangout. good chats, good music. And yeah, I look forward to hanging out again tomorrow. So thanks for all the new follows. Red Pancake, the newest one there. But yeah, thanks again. I'll catch you all tomorrow, same time. In the morning, we'll do another sesh. I can't believe it's been like almost 6 hours today, so it's kind of crazy. Anyway, take care, and